8-9 scorers, boys and girls, to center court. 8-9 scorers, boys and girls. 15-minute warm-up for the 8 and 9-year-olds. Boys on the left, girls on the right. As soon as you all get down here, we'll get that clock running for 15 minutes. Come on down, the fun is about to begin. All right, girls and boys, get those basketballs, and your 15-minute warm-up will start now. Have fun.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jim O'Kelly with the champ, Lakyn Boltz, coming at you from beautiful Chicago, Illinois for the national finals of the Elks Hoop Shoot Girls 8-9 division.
Jim, it is good to be back.
Seems like we were only doing this a year ago.
Year 2 of the live broadcast, and we're happy to be able to provide this experience for people watching at home.
Right. Now, Lakyn, of course, 3-time national finalist from 2006 to 2008. Won it all in this division in your first go back in 2006. What are those girls thinking about right now as they warm up?
Oh gosh, if there's anybody who can relate to what those girls are going through right now, it's me. So it'll be fun to kind of talk about, being in their shoes and what they're thinking, what they're feeling. Gosh, I remember how nervous I was the morning of competitions, and it's really easy to tell those girls, like, hey, just take your time. Let the nerves calm down, stuff like that. It's all easier said than done. I'll say that. And I can tell you right now, I'm sure those parents and family members in the stands are just as nervous as the girls are.
We're going to shoot 25 shots today. They're going to do that in 2 rounds, first 10, then 15. And historically, it's taken a 23 or better to win this division. You have to go all the way back to 1986 but to see a 22 win it.
And beside me is my fellow announcer and former regional director, Russell Scott. We're your announcers for the Elks Hoop Shoot National Finals, and on behalf of the Elks National Foundation and nearly 800,000 Elks across the country, thank you all for being here today. The road to Chicago ends now. You are about to witness the top 8 to 9-year-old free throw shooters in the nation compete for the title of national champion. The top boy and the top girl in this division will have their names and pictures displayed at the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts, the birthplace of basketball. Now let me turn it over to Russell Scott.
Thanks, Dennis. Good morning. To make the contest enjoyable for everyone, we ask that all Hoop Shoot fans follow these rules. Rule number 1. Right now, everyone take out your cell phone and please turn it to silent. Please keep it that way throughout the contests. We encourage you to use your phone or tablet to follow our online shot tracker or to post to social media about the contests, but we don't want to hear you using them. Speaking of silence, that brings me to rule number 2. We ask that you respect the finalists and try to be as quiet as possible. Once the gym doors close, there will be no exiting or entering the gymnasium until the final free throw is made. Rule number 3, no flash photos. You may take pictures, but please turn off your flash. And lastly, withhold all applause until all finalists have finished at both ends of the court, especially in the event of shoot-offs. Please refer to pages 2 and 3 of your contest scoring booklet for a complete list of rules. To follow the unofficial results and commentary using your smartphone or tablet, visit the Hoop Shoot Shot Tracker. For details, turn to the back cover of your contest scoring booklet. Thank you for your cooperation. Now, please turn your attention to center court, where Regional Directors Brandon Wilkins and Terry McMichael will demonstrate the official signals used to indicate made or missed shots during the hoop shoot. When a free throw counts, referees will indicate the shot is good by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a miss, referees will indicate no score by this signal. When a shot does not count due to a violation, referees will indicate no score by this signal. For a complete list of contest officials, turn to page 10 of your contest scoring booklet.
Thank you, Russell. And now please welcome to the floor our color guard, presented by the Chicago Military Academy, Bronzeville. If you are able, we ask that you please stand as we present the colors of our great nation. Once again, the Chicago Military Academy, Bronzeville. And now please welcome to the court 11-year-old Mila B. Elk from Glenview, Illinois, here to sing our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And thank you to the Chicago Military Academy, Bronzeville. We appreciate you. And now, let's meet the contestants. Starting with the 8-9-year-old girls, in the order they will be competing. From Coshocton, Ohio, lodge number 376, make some noise for Cadence Watson. From Augusta, Georgia, lodge number 205, it's Alea Hawes. Representing Indiana, Pennsylvania, number 931, give it up for Rhea Macombi. Representing Southern Pines, North Carolina, number 1692, make some noise for Callie Stitch. From Windsor, Vermont, lodge number 1665, let's hear it for Eva Williams. From Grants Pass, Oregon, lodge number 1584, help welcome Lucy Lathan. Representing Greeley, Colorado, number 809, give it up for Avery Steinkamp. From Hutchinson, Minnesota, number 2427, it's Lola Nestor. From McAllister, Oklahoma, number 533, make some noise for Molly McMath. Representing Dillon, Montana, number 1554, it's Kate Feenstra. From Gilroy, California, number 1567, welcome Audrina Salinas. And from West Plains, Missouri, number 2418, Riley Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. Our 8-9-year-old boys from Greater Spokane, Washington, lodge number 228, Jacoby Glenn.
Okay. So those are our 12 finalists today. Of course, they represent the 12 regions in the hoop shoot tournament. Each of them won a local contest, advanced to district where they won there, and then state, and then regional. And this is their 5th round of the tournament, the 5th and final stop on their journey to a national title. Now, we talked about 23 being the magic number. One of these girls hit 24 at regionals to get here. 5 of them were at 22 or better. The other 7 haven't hit that number at any of the previous rounds. So they'll, history tells us they're going to need to have a pretty good day.
And like they said earlier, these are the top 12 shooters that have made it this far in the country. So today's the day that they're going to need to perform in order to be going home with a trophy.
Now, typically at those 12 regions, the states feed in there. So each region has between 3 and 6 states. So you maybe can get by at regional if you haven't had your best day because you just have to beat a handful of other girls. But at this level, there are 11 other competitors. So you miss more than 2 shots, you're really going to need some help to make it to that podium.
Absolutely. And being from Iowa, our region consisted of Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. So it was myself and 3 others. And I remember sitting down, and it's like, holy cow, there's only 4 of us. But once I got to nationals, it was 3 times that number. So the pressure is really on.
It also means a longer sit between rounds. You shoot your 10, and then you're sitting for quite a long time to get to the end of that line.
And that component of the contest is a lot tougher than what people realize, especially here at Nationals with this being the most contestants that we have together shooting. That wait can be like half an hour long. So your hands are sweating while you're sitting there. You might be getting thirsty. You're really anticipating getting back up there for that second 15, and you get no warm-ups when you go back up. So it can be very tough. That's
right. Each contestant can choose between 0 and 5 warm-ups before they shoot for score in that first round, but the second round, you're live once you hit that line. Looks like a little pep talk for the girls before they begin. That's the line judge, Terry McMichael from Region 9. He's out of Kentucky. And the girls' manager today is Tony Vulgaris out of the North Central region. That's your region,
Tony.
right?
Good old Tony. It's always so good to see everybody coming back here to Nationals. And Tony's been around for a long time and has always just been so great with myself and my family. And it's always so great to see him and his wife make the trip every year.
Well, Cadence Watson out of Ohio is going to start us off today. Looks like she wants the full component of 5 warm-up shots. Did you like to lead or follow in the tournament?
I always preferred to be one of the first shooters. Personally, as I got more and more experience in the hoop shoot, I wanted to shoot first to be able to put those pressure on the other girls. Just knowing that I'd kind of been there and done that before. Some of those other girls, this might have been their first experience, so they're maybe feeling a little bit more nervous. But I was always nervous regardless of where I was, but definitely wanted to be first and be able to set the tone.
These shots are going to count. And there she goes, puts the pressure on by hitting that first one. You can't defend against a free throw. You can't get your hand in their face. But what you can do is put pressure on your opponents by making shot after shot.
Well, and as you make several in a row, those girls are sitting there like, holy cow, now I have to do the same thing.
And especially the ones at the tail end of the line have to wait a long time to do it.
Yep.
You can't ask for a better start than this.
And all it takes is a little routine. And she's definitely got that down.
Our rebounders today are doing a great job of getting that ball back to her. They're both members of our back board, the Alumni Advisory Board. And there we go, 10 out of 10 to get things started.
And that is exactly why I like to go first, because now all those other girls just watched her make 10, and they now have to match that.
Well, let's see how Alea Hawes can do. She's out of Georgia. All right, now we're shooting for score here. When she missed one in warm-up, she took her time before she fired again. Collected herself.
And that was always important for me, and I know my parents always preached, like, hey, if you miss one, especially when it counts, just step off the line, take a deep breath, regather yourself, and that, like, being a basketball player myself, you know, I was able to carry that mindset throughout the whole rest of my playing years.
This is a good time to point out, if you're here to watch the boys competition, you are in the wrong place. We're going to be covering the girls for you today, but our colleagues Bart Powell and the Hall of Famer Zeb Alford will be doing the boys stream. So head on over there if you want to watch the boys 8-9 contest. Raya's out of Pennsylvania, our third shooter. Don't be confused by her shirt, which says Indiana. She's from Indiana, Pennsylvania. Looks like these are going to be shooting for score. Terry's waiting to make eye contact with that score. And here we go.
And if I had to guess, I would say these girls are probably taking the same amount of warm-up shots at each competition. At least I always knew that I wanted 3 practice shots. I didn't want to get up there and necessarily have to shoot 5, because then I was shooting 15 total to start out with. But I was always taking the same amount of shots at every competition when it came to warm-ups.
Routine's a big part of it, right? Got a friendly bounce there. Kelly Stitch from North Carolina.
And it doesn't look like her only talent is shooting free throws. Looks like she loves to play rugby. Good for her.
Okay, here we go. She survived a shootout at regionals to get here, hitting 4 out of 5. You know, Kelly's only averaging 16.75 in the tournament. She's about to go 10 out of 10.
And she just matched Cadence at #1.
Yep. This is Ava Williams representing the New England region. Look at that spin. Even if you get your own rebound here at the hoop shoot, you got to get it back to the line judge before you can shoot again. And now we're going to be shooting for score.
And I'm sitting here thinking, like, how cool is this for people back in these girls' hometowns and the boys' hometowns? They can tune in to watch this. You know, you can only talk about the hoop shoot so much and try to get people to understand truly what the competition is like and what these competitors go through to get there. So now to give the opportunity to people back home to be able to watch and truly see how this competition develops and unfolds is so cool. And I know if this would have been available and technology would have been available like this when I was shooting, I think you said I won 17 years ago, which sounds absolutely crazy. I know my hometown, you know, would have had a lot of people tuning in. So it's just so cool to think about, like, everybody being able to watch this unfold.
Right. Everybody has family members who can't be here, friends who can't be here, but also members of the Elks organization who have volunteered at lower levels of the contest, never been to a national finals, have an opportunity to watch. We know there are lodges out there having watch parties, which is a lot of fun.
I can remember like it was yesterday, the little send-off parties that they had for my family and I. And shoot, when it came to my family, I was bringing the whole entire crew to Massachusetts when it was out there. So I had my grandparents along, all 4 of them. And those are memories that I look back at and think just like I'm so thankful for their support, and it's stuff that I didn't.
I suspect her biggest fan, her Uncle Eric, is one of the people watching the stream today.
I would sure hope so.
From one favorite uncle to another, shout out to you, Uncle Eric. You know, last year at Wintrust Arena, the first year here, 5 out of the 6 divisions had a significant decline in their average score compared to the previous 4 in-person finals. But this division increased their average score. It's like the 8-9 girls really like the big stage.
Well, and I was telling McKenna earlier, like, not many people are probably practicing in hardly anybody probably able to practice in an arena like this, a high school gym that might be comparable to this depending on where you're from. But coming into an arena like this can be very intimidating.
Well, and the depth also, right? Because you don't have a wall behind you. You have seats.
Yep. And I think last year we were trying to remember if the seats were pulled out behind the baskets or if they were pushed back. But even just like I said, being a basketball player myself, like the depth behind the basket can really throw you off depending on what you're used to.
All right, Avery Steinkamp from West Central Region number 8 out of Colorado. She got here on the strength of back-to-back 22s at state and regional. Yep. Yeah. So we missed the start on her. We're going to have to check in with our shot tracker on this one to see. We'll try to get a score for her on the shot tracker. We're sorry about that. Also a good time to point out that the scores we're showing you today and what we're talking about are what we think is happening. The official scores are actually on the floor, and there's 3 of them. It's their scores that actually matter. But we're going to do our best to be accurate. So this is Lola Nestor, North Central Region number 3. She's out of Hutchinson, Minnesota. We know she's not going to leave home without her lucky charm because it is her shoes.
And I always love seeing what these girls are wearing, you know, during their competitions, because a lot of them state that their, you know, lucky charm is their Nike t-shirt or their shoes or the socks that they're wearing. And a lot of the girls are, it looks like, wearing maybe a hoop shoot t-shirt that they received. And if it's me, I'm wearing the same outfit every single competition from when I started at locals all the way through the whole competition throughout the year. So I'm sure these girls might be the same, where they win one competition, like, well, I got to wear the same thing again. I know I wore every bit of clothing was the same throughout the whole series.
Well, as Michael Scott would say, they're not superstitious, but they are a little stitious.
I was definitely superstitious.
Now this is Molly McMath, and she owns the only 24 in this out of the regional scores. She's from Southwest Region number 11.
Yeah, we will see if Molly can continue those good scores. Looks like she's shooting about 83% throughout her previous competitions for the Road to Chicago.
Okay, here we go for score on her.
And it looks like Molly says that her favorite part of the competition is getting to meet new people. And at the age of 9 years old, I can tell you that when you first arrive here to Chicago, you're probably a little nervous. You're maybe not as talkative and not quite to the stage of making friends yet. But I can guarantee after this competition is over and all the nerves are out, you know, the job is done per se. I know I was always much more talkative, and then it was time to make friends, and those friendships definitely last.
Okay, a 7 from Molly, and that brings up Kate Feenstra from Dillon, Montana, Northwest Central Region number 2. She got a 23 at regional, so that's that magic number that we're looking for. Look at the focus on Molly in the background there. Oh no, that's Molly. I'm sorry, that's Cadence Watson, right? One of our leaders with the perfect 10. Yeah.
And at this rate, she's been sitting there for a little bit.
All right, 2 shooters left in this first round. We've got 2 10s and a 9.
And it'll all come down to that second set of 15 shots. It'll be interesting to see when Cadence steps back up there. I'll just start off by saying I'm always the first to admit, shot number 11, it always got me. So getting those first 10 in is super important because I think the percentage of me making my 11th shot was very low. If I ever missed one, it was that 11th shot.
Okay, we're shooting for score here. This is Audrina Salinas. She goes by the nickname Shorty. She's a little long on that one. She's from Gilroy, California. Gilroy is the home of the Garlic Festival, Lakyn.
The Garlic
The
Festival.
Garlic Festival.
Well, and if she goes by Shorty, I can sure relate to that one because I, again, will be the first to admit that I was always the smallest one out there, shortest one out there. But it just goes to show you that size doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how tall you are, short you are. As long as the ball goes in the basket,
Right.
that's all that matters.
Right. The free throw line truly is a level playing field. Now, all these contestants, when they got to Chicago, got a package of trading cards. And Shorty ran out of her cards last night. We ran into her in the lobby. We actually saw a police officer, and they showed us a trading card. It was hers. She was giving them to everybody she saw.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
It's one of the cool things that they didn't have back in your day. The
They
trading
sure
cards.
didn't. Well, and it's cool that the people at home got to see the quick shot of the trading cards for those for the contestants here when we were announcing them. And this contestants got their trading cards displayed at Soldier Field last night up on the Jumbotron.
Jumbotrons,
So
yep.
that's so cool, and just spotlighting them is so fun.
This is Riley Stewart from Central Region number 9. She's out of Missouri. She had a 23 at regionals.
And her lucky charm is wearing her French braids. And Riley also says that her favorite part is meeting new people and shooting free throws against some of the best. So that's exactly what she's doing, and she knows what she's up against.
All right, well, it's a 9, and we're about to start that second round. And here comes Cadence Watson for the all-important 11th shot. She's working on a perfect 10 here. In control of her own destiny.
I always had to make sure to wipe my hands off, take a deep breath.
And these are for score.
She had no problem.
Lakyn hits these last 3, she is definitely going home with the trophy, just a matter of which one. Oh, well.
So it was the last one that got her instead of the first one, but props to her.
Right. 24 solid. By my math, I think there are only 3 other girls who can knock her off the podium at this point, and it would take a shoot off to do it. Alea's working on a 7.
And regardless of how these girls do this year, being in the 8 and 9 age group, they've been here, they've experienced it, they've done it. This is as far as you can go. They've got years to come back. So I hope that those who maybe don't go home with a trophy, even those that do, it's nothing but motivation that they've got years ahead of them to come back and repeat this and do the same thing, get to experience this all over again. And I'll tell you, the more times that you make it back, the better it is.
All right, Raya's coming up working on an 8. How important is the rebounding? Because these guys are doing a great job.
It's definitely important. You know, it's all, like we discussed earlier, it's all part of the routine. So not allowing that ball to bounce or just getting it quickly back to the line judge. I mean, you can see right now, if the ball is going in the basket, it's pretty easy for them to snag that and get it back. And allows the shooter to stay in a good routine as well.
Yeah, good rhythm.
But honestly, as a shooter, I was never concerned about the rebound. I know I was just always so focused and concentrated that regardless if the ball bounced or not, it almost didn't faze me, but I know it definitely matters.
All right, this is our second perfect round, first round. Callie's coming off a 10. This is the rugby player from North Carolina.
Well, these girls know how to make their 11th shot. I think I need to go back and ask them how they're doing it.
Number 12 is the one that did her in. She's going to need all of these for a shot at the gold trophy. We try to make a point of interviewing some of the finalists on Thursday and Friday as they come in, and we produce our Gridio stories. Callie is the one that one of the ones we were able to interview, and I'm told that she's 9 years old, going on 30. She had very mature responses and answers.
One, Jim, I mentioned a little bit ago to you that I can remember, again, like it was yesterday, the interviews that I would do after winning when I was 9. I look back and I just laugh now at the things that I said when I was 9 years old. So props to her if she had some mature responses, because I look back and I'm like, I really said that. Like, I just at 9 years old, 8 years old. Gosh, you're so innocent. You have no idea. So it's fun to look back at.
They said she was dropping quotes from books and.
Oh
just,
gosh.
You know. So that was a 20 for Callie, which matched her best score from the prior rounds at state. Now we have Ava Williams. Ava says she has a unique talent for math, and the math is becoming clear, I would think, at this point for Ava. At this point, she's shooting for herself, wants to finish strong.
It looks like she gives herself plenty of space behind the line, so she might not have much trouble when she has to move back to that free throw line next year.
Yeah, the 8-9-year-olds shoot 4 feet closer to the basket.
And at 8 and 9 years old, I needed that 4 feet. I needed all of it that I could get. It's definitely an adjustment when they move back to the free throw line.
Yeah, you had you made it 3 straight years, as we said, to the national finals. 1 at 8-9, then 2 straight years at 10-11. A little bit of adjustment for you. I think you finished 5th, but then came back to take 2nd in your in 2008.
Yep. So 9 years old, won it up there at the red tape, and then moved back. And I can remember, you know, I probably started shooting free throws in the year a little sooner just to get that adjustment down. But then, yeah, I was fortunate enough to be able to make it back 2 more times in a row. And, you know, it's not her day today, but everybody has those days. And like you said, the year after I won, I came back and I think I shot like 19, and that was good enough for 5th. So, you know, it's not always going to be your day. And then was, again, fortunate enough to make it back for the 3rd time and finish with 2nd.
You know, as we noted earlier, you don't always have to be your best to win a hoop shoot contest. You just have to be better than the other competitors. And some of the earlier rounds, that works, that script works. But here, when you're shooting against 11 other girls, you miss more than 2 shots. You just need so much help.
Yep. And I won it at 9 years old with 24. And I believe 2nd place was right behind me at 23. And I think that's what it took about every year.
We have Lucy Lathan shooting right now. I'm just going through the numbers as we look at the after Lucy's 6 shooters left. 2 of them have 9, so if they're perfect, they can catch cadence on the podium and force an epic shootout. But that's what it's going to take. Otherwise, we already have our winner.
Yep.
And then Shorty with her 8. If she gets a little help, she can get on that podium, but she cannot catch cadence.
And I guarantee that most of these girls know what they've got to do when they step up there. And I'm sure a lot of those parents in the stands are keeping score themselves. I know when it came to myself and my family in the stands, I know my grandmas, they were both probably keeping track. And I know my parents were, when I sat back down, I think sometimes I would look over and they would give me a head nod or like give me the signal that I was good, or like I always personally knew sitting there what I needed to match or what I was setting the tone with. So I'm sure those girls are sitting there knowing what they need to do.
Back in your day, too, we separated the shooters from their parents. After breakfast, we brought you over, and we kept you on opposite sides of the gym. And at 8, 9, if you had a tough day, like some of these girls, you had to wait about 5 hours before you could get to your parents and be consoled.
Yes, and it's definitely changed throughout the years. The breakfast banquet this morning is a lot different. You know, the kids are able to sit with their parents and their families before the competition. And when I was competing and when I was a shooter, we had to go in. We were in our warm-up suits. We were with our age group. There was no really talking to our parents before the competition even. And then, like you said, we sat separately, so I didn't get to go join my family until later in the day. But like I said, they were shooting me head nods or giving me signals here and there of what I needed to do or where I was maybe ending up. But
so this is Avery Steinkamp, our 7th shooter. And again, we missed her score in the first round, and I haven't been able to get an updated score for her. And we apologize for that. So our 10th and 12th shooters are, Kate Feenstra and Riley Stewart. They're the ones sitting on 9s. They've been sitting for a long time. At this point, they know what they need to do for a shot at the national championship. A long time to wait to go out there and try to do it, though.
And making 15 in a row is tough. That is not easy, especially after sitting and waiting.
All right, we have Lola Nestor from Minnesota. She's working on a 7. Right now, after Cadence, there's a lot of space for these girls to make the podium. She just doesn't have a chance at winning the title. As I look over my chicken scratch here, we got a couple of 20s after that 24.
Yep. Chance that we could see a shoot-off for the podium.
As you noted, your championship in this division was clean, right? 24, you kind of blitzed the field.
Yep, I did not have a shoot-off. I rarely had a shoot-off in my experience throughout the hoop shoot. And I don't believe I was ever in a shoot-off at nationals.
Well, certainly not that second year because we do shoot-offs for the top 3 places.
Yep. And I always love to look back, and I remember the story that came along with it. But I was returning for my 3rd year to nationals in a row, and then there was also a girl in my age group, and her name was Maggie Goltz. So it was Lakyn Boltz with a B and Maggie Goltz with a G. And she was a former national champion the year before. I was a former national champion. We were finally together in the same age group. So I remember the storyline kind of behind that competition was it was going to be Boltz versus Goltz.
Right.
And it's really funny how it turned out because she edged me out. She got me. She finished first that year, and that was the year that I took second. But it was cool to kind of experience that.
Well, that looks like our third 20. So at the moment, we're looking at a shootout for second where one of them goes home empty-handed. This is Molly McMath. And she was the one who had the 24 at regionals, but today is not her day. Now, Molly started her hoop shoot journey this year with an 18 at the lodge level and then needed 2 rounds of a shoot-off to advance 6 out of 10. Buckled down after that, 21 at district, 20 at state, and that 24 at regional. Okay, so here we go. Kate Feenstra, our 10th shooter, has a 9. She needs all 15 of these to force her way into the conversation. With a good run here, she should secure a spot on the podium.
And Kate says that her favorite part is the treat bag that they get. And I know they still do this today and have done it every year since I've competed, but one of my favorite parts was the greetings book that we all receive when we get to nationals. And family members, friends, community members, everybody back home has the ability to write you a greeting or a well wish, you know, wishing you good luck, congratulations on making it this far. And you get to read all of those messages that they submit online when you get to nationals, when they hand you your greetings book. So it was so cool. I remember my 3rd grade classmates, they all wrote a message. So many of the Elks members back home wrote a message. Friends, family, friends, people I didn't even know. And so those are definitely things that I kept throughout the years. And it's just so cool that that's something that they still do, because these kids will treasure that and remember that moving forward.
You know, and then there was one, Riley Stewart, our 12th shooter, is the only one with a chance to catch Caden Watson, sorry. But Kate just moved onto the podium with that shot right there. Here's Shorty working on an 8. Well, I don't want to jinx her, but if she hits these last 4, she's no worse than 3rd place by my math.
She has great rhythm, great routine. She looks comfortable when she's shooting. She looks relaxed. Well, there we go.
We jinxed her. She can hits this next one. She's tied with Kate in 2nd place with 1 shooter left. Okay. All right, and here we are. It's Riley Stewart, last shooter. She's working on 9. She misses 1. We have her winner. It's Cadence Watson, unofficially.
Friendly bounce.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that's it. She's now shooting for 2nd. Cadence Watson appears to be our girls 8-9 champion. Now she needs all the rest of these shots here to force her way into a 3-way tie for 2nd. Okay. I got Cadence at 24, and then Kate, Shorty, and Riley with 22s.
Yep.
Yep, Cadence knows it right there. Look at that. Look, making eye contact with their parents.
And she was shooting number 1.
Yep. I mean, she put her pedal to the metal right there with that first round and never really let it up.
Yeah, she came out hot, making her first 14 in
Missed the
the
last
set of
one, yeah.
15.
Again, there was a time which you now have to wait about 4 hours to go high-five her parents. Not anymore. Right now, the girls contest manager is comparing the scores of the official scores, comparing their scores, making sure they're all right. And then we should see him notify those last 3 shooters, 10, 11, 12. And they'll begin a shootout with each, in that same order in sets of 5 shots until it's settled.
And my family can personally now appreciate what the scorekeepers, do and go through, and the pressure that's put on them to get the scores correct. The line judge. I know our local competition back home, and I live in Kansas City right now, so I always try to go back for either the local competition or districts because both are held in my hometown. My mom and dad both now volunteer at our competitions at home. My dad is a line judge. I rebound when I go back, and my mom is a scorekeeper. And I know my mom always feels the pressure of getting those scores correct. And my dad enjoys, being that line judge. And it's just so cool now that our family's been a part of this for so long, and just can have such a great appreciation for everything that the Elks does to put this on. It's fun to definitely go back and volunteer back home and kind of encourage those kids back home to try to have the experience that I did.
Yeah, when you're keeping score, and really it's the only way to know what's happening if you're in the arena, right? They don't have a digital score like you're seeing on our stream. You have to keep score, and it's mesmerizing watching the shooting, right? It's easy to miss a shot.
It really
you see it, and
is.
you're like, wait, did that go in or not?
Yep.
The secret is to watch the line judge when he or she gives that signal. Looks like there's something still happening on the boys' side. Here comes Tony Vulgaris. And we think what he's telling them right now is that we have a shoot-off for second between Kate Feenstra, the 10th shooter, Audrina Shorty Salinas, the 11th shooter, and Riley Stewart, the 12th shooter. The three of them tied with 22, we believe. Now, of course, our colleague Zeb Alford on the boys stream participated in the longest shootout in hoop shoot history for the boys 12-13 championship in 2009. It went 15 rounds of 5.
That is insane.
He hit, I believe, 74 out of 75 to win that.
Yep. And it's been so fun to hear his story. I don't think we participated at the exact same time, but Zeb and I have become great friends, and I look forward to seeing him when we come back to nationals here. And it's just so cool that everybody kind of has their own unique experience and stories.
Gonna say that's a 3 for Kate. Here comes Shorty.
And so one of these girls will go home without a trophy.
That's right.
I'm sure they all realize what's on the line.
And again, I know there's a police officer somewhere in Chicago who's pulling for Shorty and hoping that that trading card she picked up is going to increase in value.
Who knows? It might be worth something one day.
All right, well, she's definitely advancing. And now it's up to Riley Stewart here. She can settle it one way or the other, or she can force a second round.
And Shorty is the only one out of the three of them that have experienced a shoot-off before.
It showed she shrugged off, missed that first one and shrugged off. Okay, Riley hits this, she's in second, Shorty's third. She misses, we're moving on to a second round. That's it. So what we have, again, unofficially, is Audrina Salinas Shorty in third place with a 22 and then 4 out of 5 in the shoot-off. Riley Stewart, 22 out of 25 and 5 out of 5 in the shoot-off in second. And our 8-9 girls champion for 2023 is Cadence Watson out of the Great Lakes region number 4, sponsored by Coshocton, Ohio Lodge number 376 with a 24 out of 25.
And I sure hope that she's got some viewers at home because they can definitely be proud of her. She'll have a nice little welcome home, I'm sure, once she gets back.
Yep. And you know she wants to celebrate, but they have to remain quiet until there's maybe something going on the boys' side. And they want to make sure that's resolved before the arena can erupt with applause for all the shooters. So it looks like they've got 3 boys and then some sort of shoot-off over there. We haven't been following, so we really can't tell you. But if you want to know what's going on there, we would encourage you to jump over to the other live stream where Bart Powell and Zeb Alford, who we were just talking about, will tell you what's going on. Yeah. All right, we're gonna sign off for now. Take a little break, get some water, and then we'll be back with you for the award ceremony. And again, go jump onto the other stream, and Zeb and Bart will walk you through with what's happening here. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We'll see you in a few minutes.
exhale and give them a round of applause. Give us just a couple minutes and we'll introduce you to the top 3. All right, now we will welcome to the floor Regional Directors Terry McMichael, Larry Torres, Steve Lucas, John Morford, Tony Vulgaris, and Jeff Franklin. They will be presenting the awards for our first, second, and third place winners in the 8-9-year-old girls and boys divisions. Please remain seated during the medal presentation. Photos will be made available to you later, parents, and you will get information on how to get those photos. We will begin with the girls division. In third place in the girls division with a score of 22 out of 25 and 4 of 5 on a tiebreaker, representing Gilroy, California, number 1567. Give it up for Audrina Salinas. The national runner-up with a score of 22 out of 25, 5 of 5 on the tiebreaker, and represented by West Plains, Missouri, number 2418. Give it up for Riley Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. And our national champion in the girls 8-9 division with a score of 24 out of 25, represented by Coshocton, Ohio, lodge number 376. 8, 9-year-old girl national champion, Cadence Watson. Let's turn our attention to the opposite end for the boys 8-9 division. Our third place winner with a score of
So here is your final scoreboard for the girls 8 and 9-year-old division, with Cadence Watson finishing out with 24 out of 25 to end up as the national champion. So thank you everybody for tuning in for the girls 8 and 9-year-old division. Jim and I will be back for the girls 10 and 11-year-old division here shortly.
We're about a minute away from starting our induction ceremony for the Elks Hoop Shoot Hall of Fame class of 2023. Give us about 1 minute. We need everyone out to center court, please. If you are an inductee or if you are accepting on behalf of an inductee, please make your way to center court. All of our inductees, please make your way out to center court. All those accepting on behalf of someone who is not here, make your way out to center court as well. At this time, we ask all guests to turn their attention to center court. We are thrilled to welcome the 2023 class to the Elks Hoop Shoot Hall of Fame. These illustrious individuals, 3 competitors and 6 contributors, have made the program what it is today. Larry Torres, 2022 Elk Hoop Shoot Hall of Fame member, will present the medallions. If you are here or accepting the award on another's behalf, please step forward at the appropriate time. Our competitors, the late Kelly Goebel, at the inaugural national finals, his only appearance, Kelly set the bar for all future competitors by recording the first ever perfect score. He was sponsored by Longview, Washington, Lodge number 1514. Accepting the award, Northwest Regional Director Harley Birchmeyer for the late Kelly Goebel. Kelly Lane Klaus. In 1978 and 79, Kelly Lane Klaus, sponsored by Vincennes, Indiana, Lodge number 291, became the first hoop shooter to win back-to-back national championships. She made it to the finals 4 times. Give it up for Kelly Lane Klaus, everyone. She's here with us today. The first ever female to go back-to-back in the national championships. Ty Russell Rogers is our next inductee. Ty is best known for his buzzer beater in the 2008 NCAA men's basketball tournament while playing for Western Kentucky University. But before that, he was immortalized in highlight reels. He was a hoop shoot champion sponsored by Princeton, Kentucky, number 1115. He recorded a perfect score at this event in 1995. Give it up for Ty Russell Rogers. Our contributors, the late Bernie Waters. The first few national finals were in Kansas City, Missouri, and they could not have happened without Bernie Waters, a member of Kansas City Lodge number 26. He was then National Director Getty Powell's Goal 2 guy. Accepting the award for the late Bernie Waters is Central Region Director Terry McMichael. Our next inductee, the late Dick Froschel. Dick served as the director of Region 3 for 19 years and was instrumental to opening the program to girls. Froschel took then National Director Getty Powell to the girls' high school basketball tournament in Iowa, which got Powell's attention and changed the course of our program forever. Accepting for the late Dick Froschel is North Central Regional Director Tony Vulgaris. Joy Brady, a member by marriage of the Brady Bunch, second National Director Emil Brady's crew of Pennsylvania Volunteers. Joy Brady was indispensable to the program's growth during those formative years. Accepting the award, Northeast Central Regional Director Steve Lucas for Joy Brady. The late Don Fosnot. Don excelled at building people up and was instrumental in deepening the bench of stellar hoop shoot directors in Region 4. In his last year as regional director in 2019, his team went home with the Kronk Award with 4 of the 6 national champions, including both Getty Powell winners, all being from Region 4. Accepting on behalf of the late Don Fosnot is Great Lakes Regional Director Jeff Franklin. Jim and Karen McNitt. As fate would have it, most regional directors have a memorable last national finals. We'll hear about that in a second. Jim served as the director of Region 10 for 16 years, and his wife Karen was an essential member of his team. She also served as the head scorekeeper for the Hoop Shoot National Finals. Being a regional director comes with many challenges. In their last years as directors, the McNitts were faced with a giant snowstorm that made it impossible to host their contest at the local gym. But that couldn't stop them. They went and bought a hoop, removed the drop ceiling from their lodge, and held the contest there. Now that is perseverance. Give it up for Jim and Karen McNitt. One more time, a nice round of applause to the incredible individuals on whose legacies and shoulders this program now stands. Our inductees into the 2023 Elks Hall of Fame. All right. Now we're back. As a reminder, no personal basketballs allowed on the court. Let's get the 10-11 boys and girls on the floor at this time to start their 15-minute warm-up. Yes, you can applaud them as they enter the competition area. Girls, come on down. Get in line, they'll be out to give you some basketballs, and we'll start the 15-minute warm-up. We need the 10-11 boys and girls scorers to the floor, please. The 3 scorers for the girls, the 3 scorers for the boys in the 10-11 division to make their way to the floor, please. 2 more minutes remaining in the warm-up. 2 more minutes.
Yes, I was spacing out. I was like, the first time I'm like, oh yeah.
Regional directors and finalists, it's time to take your seats and clear the court. Girls, we're going to line you up at the end line down there. All right, we're back to watch the top 10, 11-year-old free throw shooters in the nation compete for the title of national champion, the top boy and girl in this division.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome here for those of you just joining us. I'm Jim O'Kelly with the champ, Lakyn Boltz, for the national finals of the Hoop Shoot 10-11 girls division. Lakyn, you are no stranger to this division.
Yeah, in year 2 of being able to provide this experience for people at home, and this is going to be a fun one. Anybody who has been competing in the Hoop Shoot before is now, well, in the 8-9-year-old division, is now back at the regular free throw line, and it's going to be fun to kind of relate back to what these girls are going through and thinking about.
Now, the last time we had a perfect score in this division, you were the national champion of the 8-9. That was back in 2006. Do you remember who has that perfect score?
I will never forget Carly Samuelson beating me out. I sank 24 out of 25 to win the girls' 8- and 9-year-old division. You know, was feeling really good, and then she stepped up, and I got to watch her shoot 25 out of 25 to win the Getty Powell Award. And back in that day, there was a trip to, I think,
the
Disney
Elks
World
yeah.
on the line, and I'm like, what the heck? I just missed it by one.
That's right. Our convention was in Orlando that year.
Yep,
so.
yep. And I know Carly went on to play at Stanford, I believe, and is now in the WNBA. So I can say she's doing good things, and yeah, it's cool to look back at.
Well, there are 3 shooters today that I have my eye on. Maybe they can make it rain, end this drought, which is the longest in any of the 6 divisions. Of course, our first shooter is Emerson Hess out of Vincennes, Indiana. She was last year's 8-9 champion. She's making the step back.
Yep, Emerson will definitely be one to talk about. And I remember last year being here. I was able to rebound for her during the practice round on Friday. Got the chance to meet her mom, meet her family, and also ran into them this morning. So will be fun to watch her and see if she can repeat it.
We have Riley Hodkinson out of New York. She's coming off 2 straight 24s at the state and regional levels.
From Denver, Colorado, number 17, it's Alexis Tien. From Woodward, Oklahoma, lodge number 1355, Emmeline Schweitzer. From Glendive, Montana, lodge number 1324, make some noise for Elena Rivas. All the way from Eagle River, Alaska, number 2682, give it up for Aria Shelley. Representing Cedar City, Utah, number 1556, it's Alyssa Okerlund. From Mansfield, Massachusetts, number 2633, make some noise for Hannah Gentili. From Heron, Illinois, number 1146, give it up for Sophie White. From Oneida, New York, number 767, make some noise for Miss Riley Hodkinson. From Pulaski, Tennessee, number 1827, Aubrey Bryan. From Eatonton, Georgia, number 2549, Jada Baker. And from Towson, Maryland, number 469, let's give it up for Reese Koropecki. And now for the 10-11 boys from Savannah Park, Maryland, number 2482, it's Davis Balderston. From Marshfield, Massachusetts, number 2492, give it up for Charlie Granado. Representing Westwood, New Jersey, number 1562, Thomas Coach. Representing Lorain, Ohio, lodge number 1562, make some noise for Jackson Ramos. From Boise, Idaho, number 310, give it up for Tennyson Smith. Representing Ashland, Kentucky, number 350, Carson Enox. Hailing from Gillette, Wyoming, representing Lodge 2825, Jarek Fedor. From Cedar City, Utah, number 1556, let's hear some noise for Stratton Hallows. From Glendive, Montana, number 1324, Maverick Murphy. Hailing from Claremore, Oklahoma, representing Lodge 1230, Mr. Cooper Thompson. From Jacksonville, Florida, number 221, give it up for Hayden Heavener. And last but not least, representing St. Cloud, Minnesota, number 2843, Christopher Underwood, Jr.
All right, that boys side looks pretty interesting. We're going to be on the girls. If you want to watch the boys, head over to our sister or our brother broadcast, I suppose that would be today, with our colleagues Zeb Alford and Bart Powell. Now, other storylines may emerge as this contest unfolds, but as we sit here in handicap, I said we're looking at 3 of these girls in particular. The champ, Emerson Hess from 8-9 last year. Riley Hodkinson coming off those 224s. And then the third is Aubrey Bryan out of Tennessee in the Southeast Central region. Aubrey is she was here last year, so won't be phased by the larger arena, and we'll see if she can improve on last year's 16.
And we see Emerson leading everybody off there in spot number 1. will be interesting to see, how she performs. And I'm sure some of the other girls maybe realize that she's a former national champion from last year and is making an attempt at, repeating that. So we'll see if she can put any pressure on anybody else behind her.
And Emerson was kind of had a rough journey to get here this year. With 17 at Lodge, a 16 at District, good enough that day, then 19 at State, and then she sniffs regionals, buckles down, posted 24. Only 1 of 2 hit 24 in this field. That's line judge Kelly McDermott, and they're trying to turn that music off.
I didn't know we'd be getting this entertainment.
Yep.
I'm not sure, ladies. I think he stole the show from you.
All right, some technical difficulties today. We got the music playing, and now we don't want it to be played. Emerson's ready to start
standing
shooting.
there like, turn this music off. I'm ready to go.
Yep.
She'll get a few warm-up shots at least, or how many ever she chooses to take.
Each
if
contestant,
any.
each contestant has the option of 0 to 5 warm-ups for this first round at 10. They'll sit down while they go through the entire 12, and then everybody will return for 15 shots in a second set, and those will be for score. Yeah. Hey, okay, they stopped the music, much to the chagrin of those 2 backboard members who were entertaining the audience. And here comes Emerson Hess. Again, she won a championship 8-9 last year. Looks like she only wants 2 warm-up shots.
And as I mentioned in the 8-9-year-old division, as an 8-9-year-old, you have about 4 more years to compete in the hoop shoot. So regardless of how you do, and even here, you'll still have a few more years to try to make it back. Hopefully those girls who didn't go home with a trophy will have the motivation to make it back here again.
I think Emerson missed her 2 warm-up shots, but there she goes. First shot for score and sinks it. Lakyn, you always liked shooting first, right?
I did. And I actually, when I ran into Emerson this morning, I said, hey, I know you're shooting number 1. That's always the spot that I prefer to be in. So and with Emerson as well, just being able to say, like, you've been there and done that and you've had the experience under your belt. You might still be nervous, and I'm sure everybody is, but you at least have, been there, done that to at least not be as nervous maybe as those girls behind you. Which is all easier said than done.
All right, well, she's starting things out with a 7, leaving some room for her opponents to navigate. Here comes Alexa Tian from Colorado, West Central Region number 8. She's going to take 2 warm-up shots, and then she will shoot for score. Again, shooting 10 in this first set before sitting and waiting for her second round of 15. She's all business with that dribble.
And I see here that her lucky charm is wearing the same exact outfit to each contest. And I'm going to agree with her on that one. Every competition I had, any piece of clothing that was on my body was the same throughout locals all the way through nationals.
And we're hoping those that outfit gets a wash in between each contest.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Shout out to Mom and Dad.
Mm-hmm. You know, we asked each of these finalists if they had a unique talent, and Alexa said, I have no unique talent, and I'm going to beg to differ because she just went 10 out of 10 to set the pace.
Good for her. And she's been in the 20s for every competition so far, so it'll be interesting to see how she finishes out.
This is Amelin Switzer from Southwest Region number 11. She's from Oklahoma. Averaging 18 in the 4 previous rounds. She needed a shoot off to get out of state and won that with a 4 out of 5. Okay, we're shooting for score right now. These girls are just picking 2 or 3 warm-up shots and they want to get after it. Our next shooter is Elena Rivas from Northwest Central Region number 2 out of Montana. No stranger to the final. She was here before as a little sister. Her older brother competed in the finals a few times.
And that makes a difference too, being a family member and being able to be along for the competitions and just see what goes into it. I'm sure that she knows how much practice her brother had to put in to make it as far as he did. So you see that a lot, like a lot of siblings will kind of be able to witness what their other siblings did and be able to do that themselves. And I think she's got a great taste in favorite teams here as she has the Kansas City Chiefs listed out. So I'll have to find her later and her family and give her a little Go Chiefs.
All right, Elena's shooting for score here. You know, Elena is equally comfortable on the court or the kitchen. She loves making homemade empanadas.
She has good form. And a lefty.
You know, we asked Elena if she had a lucky charm, and she said, if I told you, it wouldn't be lucky anymore.
Yeah, I always love seeing the answers that they provide for these because, like I mentioned earlier, I always look back and laugh at what I said at this age. So who knows, you know, I was an innocent 8- and 9-year-old getting interviewed after winning nationals, and I look back and I'm like, wow, I really said that.
All right, well, it's a 9 for Elena. This competition is heating up. And here comes Araya Shelley out of Eagle River, Alaska, Northwest Region #1. She's our first finalist from Alaska since her sister Allie in 2018. It looks like the jump back 4 feet wasn't enough for Araya. She's like a good 4 feet behind the line.
It's
3 feet,
always
call
so
it.
interesting just to see everybody's routine, and whatever works for them works for them. It doesn't matter how the ball goes in the basket.
As long as it does, right. She's been remarkably consistent so far in the tournament. 18 at Lodge, 18 at State, 18 at Regional. 2 shoot-offs, and both of those went 3 rounds, and both of those she hit 9 out of 15.
So she will be no stranger to a shoot-off if one happens to happen here today. And for those of you watching at home, if you guys have a shooter that you're watching or rooting for, go ahead and feel free to leave a comment down below, because families will be able to go back and re-watch this video and find this on YouTube. So go ahead and leave a comment, well wishes, you know, good luck, congratulations. I know that stuff always means a lot, especially as a former shooter, being able to see those types of messages.
Yeah, each of these shooters received a book of best wishes, or as we like to say in the Hoop Shoot, best swishes, when they checked into the hotel here in Chicago.
Yeah, and that was one of my favorite things that I always received when I got to nationals. I have bins back at my parents' house back in Iowa. We call it our Hoop Shoot bins, and so it's kind of everything that we saved from my days of competing in the Hoop Shoot. And we've got anything from my outfits that I wore to the trophies and plaques, all the way to the greetings booklet that I received.
Okay, our 6th shooter is Alyssa Okerlund from Cedar City, Utah, West Region #7. And Alyssa looks like she wants to slow the pace down a little bit. Were you a quick shooter back in your day, Lakyn, or did you were you deliberate like she is?
I grabbed the ball from the line judge. I took 3 dribbles, and I was shooting. I feel like I always had a good, solid rhythm down. But again, it doesn't matter what you do as long as that works for you. And she does the same thing every time, so that's what matters as well. And that same routine that I developed shooting free throws starting at 8 years old, all the way through my years of the Hoop Shoot, all the way through high school basketball, college basketball, I had the same free throw routine for my whole life, basically. So I'm sure these girls will appreciate, you know, the routine that they're setting now will hopefully help them shoot free throws down the line.
So that was her first miss in this first set of 10, and she does take a little bit longer after a miss to recover, regroup, refocus, and sinks it. Okay, 6 shooters in. We got a 10 and 2 9s. The back half of this field is seeing that margin of error shrink a little bit.
And it's usually going to take a 23 or 24 to win it. Maybe even a 25. You never know.
This is Hannah Gentili from New England, region number 6, sponsored by Mansfield, Massachusetts, lodger number 2633.
And speaking of numbers that it takes to kind of walk away to at least make it on the podium here, I'd be interested to know if any of these girls have any, rituals or night before routines that they do. Just a little fun little story, I guess I could say, that my dad and I always had was in the hotel room the night before every competition. He would ask me, like, okay, now what number, are we shooting? Of course, you always want to try to make 25, right? But he was always like, okay, what number do you think it's going to take to win tomorrow? And we set that number, and that was the number I was going for. And usually it was spot on. And I remember nationals saying that I knew it was going to need to be that 24 number. And that's what it took for me to win it when I was 9. And I mean, of course, you see those numbers having to increase the further that you make it, because it gets that much harder. But that was kind of just something that my dad did before every competition. It was, okay, Lakyn, what's it going to take tomorrow? Like, what's your number? And we always set that.
If you can get through that 25 shots and missing only 1, you got a really good chance of at least making it on the podium. Hannah can do a handstand push-up, and maybe we'll see that if that 9 holds up in the second round and she gets on the podium.
I was just looking at that.
This is Sophie White. She represents North Central Region number 3, Herrin, Illinois, lodge number 1146. She's coming off her best score at regionals, which was a 20.
And she says her lucky charm is her smiley face socks. So I hope that's what she's wearing right now.
There they are.
There's a good look at them. I'm sure she's wearing those for every competition.
I think one of those smiles just got a little bit bigger when she sank that first one. Okay.
And again, I have to mention, I know we mentioned it in the 8 and 9-year-old division, but it's so cool that we're giving people at home the opportunity to kind of see how the hoop shoot really unfolds for a live competition. And Jim, as I told you earlier, when people ask, well, what is the hoop shoot? Who are the Elks members? Like, what is the Elks? It's really hard to describe unless you truly experienced it for yourself. So it's like we can only talk about it so much, but giving the opportunity for people to view this back at home, whether that be family members, friends, people in these kids' schools, maybe they have friends and, their family members watching, Elks members back home that couldn't make the trip. Just so cool to be able to provide this. And I know a lot of people, when I competed, would have loved to have had this opportunity.
Yeah, we know there are viewing parties happening at Elks Lodges all around the country as people they're gathering together to be together and watch maybe a contestant from their lodge compete today.
I know we had numerous, and I always, it's kind of funny. I always had my whole entire family with me along for all the hoop shoot competitions. My 3 years that I made it to nationals, I'll always commend my family for following the way they did. Now very appreciative for my grandparents always making the trip and having those memories with them as well. But I know I had other family members back home just waiting for text updates, and that was the best that we could do. So the fact that they get to watch these girls, you know, do what they've been doing and realize what it's taken to make it this far is very cool.
We have Riley Hodkinson here from Northeast Central Region number 5 out of New York. And she's coming off 24s at the state and regional level. So if she can do that again today, I'd like her odds. Okay, these are going to count for score.
And again, I mentioned earlier that I'm sure all the parents and family members sitting in the stands are kind of just as nervous as these girls. But shoot, even those people watching back home, like you said, Jim, the viewership parties, the watch parties, maybe at the Elks Lodges, I'm sure they're sitting around pretty. They might be a little nervous as well. And I know if they're anything like my hometown lodge, I'll give a quick shout out to the Keokuk, Iowa Lodge. It's 106. I know they were so supportive, and it's something that, again, I appreciate a lot more now that I'm able to look back and I'm old enough to realize everything that goes into it. But gosh, so many people followed me. So many people were invested in how well I was doing. So it definitely is recognizable.
Riley hit a rough patch there, missing 3 in a row. Okay, our 10th shooter today is Aubrey Bryan. She was here last year. Oh, look at that shirt. I heart the hoop shoot. So do we, Aubrey. She's representing Central Region number 9 out of Tennessee. Last year, she tied for 8th in this division in this arena.
So she's no stranger. She knows the feeling. She knows what it takes. And her and Emerson can kind of share that experience and I so call it the been there, done that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go.
And Aubrey says that her unique talent is staying calm in high-pressure situations. Good for her.
Right, you know, that's going to come in very handy in this competition today.
And that's something that I will always preach is, you know, these girls and boys are going through this competition at a young age, and you're learning and developing skills and life lessons that you'll be able to carry with you for life. And that's one thing that I just preach about the hoop shoot in general is I was learning, you know, practice makes perfect. If you want to achieve something, you've got to work for it. And and staying calm in high pressure situations. There's so many lessons that can be learned through this experience that helped me as a college athlete, helped me as a high school athlete, helped me as a student. You name it, they're learning things that are going to be invaluable moving forward.
Well, Aubrey just squeezed her way into a 5-way tie for second at the moment with 9. Here comes Jada Baker. She's from Southeast Region number 12 out of Georgia. Now, Jada likes to be a leader. She has that's her unique talent, being a leader, but she's more of a follower in this competition, shooting in the 11th spot. I thought she was going to join that party in 9, but now she needs this last shot here to get an 8 and stay close. And Reese Koropecki is our last shooter. She is out of Southeast Central Region number 10 from Maryland.
And she says her biggest fan is her babysitter, Bailey. So if Bailey is not here in Chicago with them, I sure hope that she's watching at home.
She's sponsored by Towson, Maryland Lodge number 469. And interestingly, last weekend, an Elks scholar from Towson won our top most valuable student scholarship of $50,000.
A lot of good stuff coming out of that lodge then.
Yeah, the lodge is looking to add a gold trophy. Now, as we wrap up this first round of 10, we'll go immediately into the second round of 15, and those are all counting for score, no warm-ups.
No warm-ups, and people don't understand how difficult stepping into the round of 15 can be. Like that first shooter with Emerson, she's been sitting there for quite a while now. That was always the downfall, and what I thought was the worst part of a competition was, especially at nationals, when you're waiting for 11 other girls to shoot their first round of 10. Your hands are getting sweaty. You've been sitting there. You have to stay concentrated and focused, being ready to step up and shoot that first one for score.
Not just sitting there, but sitting there with a 7. She knows she didn't do as well as she wanted to do. She wanted to set the pace, put the pressure on, and she saw, 7 girls push past her in that first round. Okay, so Emerson's coming back out now. And really, she's going to want all of these to have a shot at the podium, I would think, especially with all those 9s.
Yep.
Lakyn, this probably looks a little familiar to you. It's really a feat to get back here when you make that jump back. but she's struggling a little bit today finding her shot. And as we pointed out earlier, as she had in all the previous 3 of the 4 previous rounds.
Yeah, and like I talked about earlier, making that jump back. I know I was always the smallest one out there. I was always the shortest one out there. It always took a lot for me to get the ball to the basket, and I'll be the first to admit that. But like we said, Emerson, was here last year, national champion. And, if things don't go her way today, I can also totally relate. I was a national champion and then came back when I was 10 years old, and I ended with a 19, I think, which was good enough for 5th. But then also had the chance to make it back a 3rd time. So regardless of how these girls do today, I sure hope that they leave with the experience under their belt that they want to make it back to Chicago again. So again, it's not always going to be your day either.
Well, every girl here today wants to leave with one of those trophies, but 11 of them will leave with something more valuable, and that is the opportunity to confront failure. They didn't win, and how are they going to bounce back? And that's a life lesson for these girls.
Absolutely. And again, I commend the hoop shoot for so many things when I was at such a young age that I was getting to experience and develop that maybe other girls my age weren't. Other girls on my basketball team weren't. And again, it helped me turn into the leader that I was on my team. And again, just things that you can carry with you moving forward throughout life, period.
Well, this is a big shot right here for Alexa Tien. She is sitting on a 10, the only one in the first round. Lakyn, are those rain clouds I see up there in the sky?
Now we don't want to say anything to jinx anything here.
I mean, I just felt the drop.
She is in a rhythm.
Oh. I take full responsibility for that mess. I'm sorry, Alexa. That was a great run by Alexa Tien. Looked like we were going to end the drought. She missed shot number 20 and number 24, sitting on a 23 right now. That's the number to beat, as it so often is in this division.
Yep.
So Alexa now forced to watch all the shooters go to the line. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls with 9s and an 8.
And I know as a shooter, those girls are probably sitting there well aware of what they've got to do when they step up there. I always know I was paying attention to every other girl. As much as I try not to, it's definitely something that's hard to avoid. And so just sitting there watching everybody else kind of make their free throws and shoot, you see several girls make 9 out of 10. You know where you're standing compared to them based on how many you made. And so I always knew, shoot, I've got to go up here and I have to make 14 out of 15 or so.
Here comes the lefty, Elena Rivas. She's got a 9 going. Now those 9s, like I said, there are 6 of them. They knew they missed one. They were sweating as Alexa went on that tear and then misses shot 20. And they perk up. They know they have a chance and misses the second one. Now you got a little room to maneuver. So Alexa left the door open with that miss at number 24, and Elena wants to burst right through it. Got a friendly bounce there. Now, Wintrust is the home stadium of the WNBA Chicago Sky and also the DePaul University Blue Demons. And there are actually 2 floors that use for basketball games here, one for each of those teams. Last year, we had the Chicago Sky floor. It was really cool for those girls to shoot on the same floor of the reigning WNBA champions. Today, we have the DePaul University floor.
And this environment is enough to create pressure in itself.
Mm-hmm.
Not only are they shooting in an arena where they probably are not even practicing free throws in anything comparable to this. So having that depth behind the basket can definitely be difficult depending on if those seats are pulled out, if they're pushed in. Just having this many people in the stands, I'm sure it's probably more than what they've been used to at other competitions. And then it's dead silent. So you can hear a pin drop.
Well, Elena missed that last one there, and that put her in a tie for first. Quite a run, though, in her second set of 15. Here's Araya Shelley, the Alaskan.
And Araya says that she has a good luck charm, which is a note from her older sister, Ava. I wonder what that note says, if that's her good luck charm.
And there was her older sister, Allie, who was a finalist in 2018, the last finalist from Alaska.
And for those watching at home who might not know or realize, every national champion gets their name in the Basketball Hall of Fame. So the Naismith Memorial Basketball Hall of Fame in Springfield, Massachusetts. And I know when I competed, Nationals was actually held out in Springfield, Massachusetts. So obviously, if you win, you get your name in. And if I remember right, we actually fly the national champions and their families out to see that.
Back in your day, if you wanted to see your name in lights, you had to win another trip to the finals, which you did. But now we will send all 6 of our national finalists today and a family member to Springfield to see their names. And our 2 overall winners, the Getty Powell Award winners, will have the opportunity to attend the Basketball Hall of Fame's enshrinement ceremony.
which is so cool. And the Basketball Hall of Fame, just in general, is so cool to be able to experience. They have a lot of interactive activities for kids to do. They have the original peach basket. That was the first hoop that was ever, shot in.
That's what I used to shoot at, Lakyn.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to age you here, but yeah, obviously, like you mentioned, Jim, it was motivation for me to make it back after I won when I was 9. Making it back when I was 10, it was like, okay, won last year. Now I want to see my name. So that was super cool.
Alyssa Okerlund is our 6th shooter, and these last 7 in the rotation here are all sitting on either a 7, 8, or 9. And there's that number 11.
Yep, something that I always struggled with.
She now needs all 14 of these to force her way into a tie atop.
And then you just make it tough on yourself at that
And-
point.
and-
I always made it difficult by missing that
Yep.
number 11.
At this point, she's looking the best she can do is 3rd place by my count. And again, we should point out that our scores are unofficial. We're telling you what we think is going on, but the official scores are the ones kept by the scorers on the court. Even if you're struggling out there, you of course want to finish strong for yourself, but one of the new awards that we've introduced a few years ago is the Kronk Team Award. So even if you struggle, don't have your best day, you can still help your team win, and you can still go home with something.
That's so cool. I wish that award, would have been present when I was competing, because the relationships that you form with those within your region, you guys are traveling to Chicago together. I was traveling all the way out to Massachusetts with people from my region and developed great friendships, still communicate with people that were from our region. So to kind of like have that bond and go all in on this together for that award would be really cool.
All right, here comes Hannah Gentili. She's also working on a 9. We'll see if she can stick that 11th shot, put a run together.
And she says that her favorite part of the hoop shoot is getting to travel and watch her confidence grow each round. So although we just missed number 11, I'm sure she's gained enough confidence with herself here to hopefully finish strong.
And again, that's that long wait to get up there for that second round of 15. No, she's standing on the line now shooting. Is she doing that math in her head, thinking about what it might take for 3rd place, or do you think that's for when you're sitting and now just
yeah.
focusing on the net and the ball?
I think it's definitely more when you're sitting. You just know what you need to do when you walk up there. But I just remember whenever I would miss one, it was, okay, now I can't be missing another one. And doing what I had to do to regather myself, regroup, you know, get the focus back, you know, and just missing one but not missing two.
Right. Right now, you know, Alexa Tian and Elena Rivas both must be feeling pretty good sitting on those 23s. Currently in a tie for first, but there are still 4 shooters sitting on 9s who can go on a run. In fact, if 3 or 4 of them go on a run, they can knock them right off the podium.
Yep.
We talked about this in the 8-9 contest. You can't defend against another shooter's shot. All you can do is make it very, very difficult for anyone to beat you. And then you wait. Okay, Sophie White again on one of the 9s.
These girls that have missed their shot number 11, they can come talk to me tonight at the banquet because I'll be able to relate with them more than anyone.
Been there, done that.
I think my dad still has the statistic of how many number 11 shots I made throughout my whole time doing the hoop shoot. You know, and it's important for people to realize, too, what goes into this for the contestants and their families. You know, these girls are shooting free throws probably every day to practice. Just my personal experience, I remember my dad picking me up from elementary school, and we were fortunate enough to get a basket over at the high school gym. The high school basketball coaches were nice enough to move the team practice to the other end of the court for me to come in and shoot free throws because they knew how important this experience was. So these girls are shooting free throws every day, probably a couple hundred free throws, I'm guessing, and their parents are taking the time to go and rebound, or grandparents, aunt and uncle, whatever that looks like for them. So there's a lot that goes on just outside of a one-day competition.
Right, beneath the surface, so much is happening, and that's where these kids really are deriving the benefits of the program. It's from learning to set goals. I'm going to practice 3 days a week, 4 days a week, every day, whatever it is. This many free throws, I'm not going to leave the gym until I sink, 25 in a row, whatever it is. And then working hard to achieve those goals. And even the wee ones, like you were back in 2006, they recognize it. You know what? I got better by practicing free throws. If I want to do well on that math test, I need to study.
Yep. And it creates discipline at such a young age that a lot of people aren't developing, for sure.
The contest day, hoop shoot day, that's about learning to deal with pressure, facing failure sometimes, most of the time. But those other lessons, setting goals, working hard to achieve them, persistence, practice, hard work, that's happening in the gym as these kids get ready for the tournament and trying to advance deeper year after year.
Well, and my success story as a contestant comes after failure for me. So my first year in the hoop shoot when I was 8, I actually got like 3rd place at districts. So I was like knocked out early, didn't even get 2nd at districts, and I told myself after losing in that round that I was going to go back. I was going to practice. I was determined to make it back and make it even further the next year. And then so after getting knocked out at districts, came back when I was 9, and that's when I was a national champion. So it's like these girls, especially making it this far, have so much to be proud of, and to feel accomplished with, and just like I've mentioned already, so much motivation to make it back again.
Riley Hodkinson steps to the line here. I know she wasn't happy with her first round when she got a 7 after coming off those 24s at state and regional. Number 11 gets her 2. I'm just looking at a quick glance, and it looks like most of these girls so far have missed that 11.
And Riley is our contestant with a few 24s to get here, so I wonder which one she missed in those competitions.
Yep. Take a look at that shirt, Lakyn. Shots fired right there. If softball was easy, they'd call it baseball.
Oh, well, I'll take it she's a softball player. Well, and it says here that she plays 3 travel sports. So that's right. She plays basketball, softball, and soccer. So it looks like we have a good athlete here on our hands. And that's also what's so cool, especially now that I'm older. Shoot, you said, Jim, I won nationals 17 years ago at this point. I've stayed in contact with so many former girls that I competed against, and we've all gone on to do different things. And whether or not you go on to play sports or not, I've followed girls that have set records for Division I programs. Like I mentioned earlier, Carly Samuelson is in the WNBA, and so it's like, so many of these girls will go on to do such cool things. Athletes are not. And honestly, a lot of them will probably be able to look back and put a lot of credit to the hoop shoot.
Right. What they learn here is going to help them on and off the court for the rest of their lives.
And as somebody sitting where I am now, this many years later, you know, somebody says a name that might have been in the hoop shoot when I was competing. It's always so fun to like just look up what they're doing now and like what they've accomplished and what they've done throughout the years. But there's so many names that people mention these days that are just so recognizable because of the hoop shoot.
Okay, these last 3 shooters here, 2 9s and an 8. Each one of them can force their way into that log jam or shake it up by being perfect for 2 of them. And there we go. Aubrey,
She figured it
who
out.
was here last year, hits number 11 and 12.
And it's truly just getting those first few out of the way.
And those first 2 rattled in, but that one hit nothing but net.
And you mentioned earlier just the pressure that gets put on these girls to make X amount of free throws in a row. I know I can speak from personal experience, and I know I've spoken with other families who do the same thing, but when I would practice every single day, I was not leaving that gym until I hit 10 in a row, until I hit, you know, 5 swishes in a row. I always had my own rituals before I left the gym, but it's because these situations, you needed to be able to do that. So, and I know, like I said, I've met other contestants who are like, yeah, I won't leave the gym until I hit X amount of free throws in a row. And it also forces you, when you do miss one, you've got to bounce back to be able to make that again.
Aubrey needs to bounce back here and hit these last 6 shots, now 5, to force her way into that tie for first. And we're talking about how the hoop shoot gives you opportunities to redeem yourself. Aubrey last year was here, but she finished 8th with a 16, and she's doing so much better today and has a chance to tie for first here.
And again, it's like speaking about
she did, yeah.
Speaking about Aubrey and Emerson both. You know, Aubrey didn't do as well last year, but when I was a national champion, I came back for my 2nd year in a row. I didn't compete as well. Finished with 5th. In my 3rd year back, I actually finished in 2nd. So it's like, and we always say it's not always going to be your day, but you learn from that.
And that third year, that when you went home with the silver, was that historic duel, Goltz versus Boltz.
Yep. That was a fun storyline. My last name is definitely not common, and just seeing another girl, it was Maggie Goltz, and I'll never forget her name just because of this, but it was Maggie Goltz versus Lakyn Boltz, and there were 2 former national champions now in the same age group. And I can definitely give her all the credit now that she got me, she edged me out. She was a 2-time national champion, and I took home the 2nd place trophy. But that's also another funny story, like just being so innocent and young. My parents were like, well, how do you feel like you finished with 2nd? Like, obviously we want to go home with another gold trophy, but I was like, Mom, Dad, I'm going home with a different colored trophy. Now I have 2 different ones.
Right.
So it's like, again, just being able to look back and laugh at the things that I said. But, you know, like I said, it was 2 different colored trophies, so I was completely happy with it at the time.
Well, you don't see many of those. What we just saw there was an air ball at you know, Jada needed all 15 of these to force her way into that tie. Anything less than a 23 at this point, and you're going home without a trophy, you're not on that podium because we have 3 23s. You know, Reese Koropecki, the 12th and final shooter who's next, is the only one who has something to say about that. She's sitting on a 9. If she goes on a run, sinks all 15, she's our national champion. Otherwise, we're looking at a shoot-off.
And that can be done.
One thing we know for certain is the drought will continue for another year, and it's entirely my fault. And again, I apologize to Alexa Tian and the entire Tian family for jinxing her. Okay, here's Reese Koropecki. Number 11 got her too. She now needs these last 14 to force her way into that tie. So again, unofficially, it's looking like our podium is Alexa Tian, Elena Rivas, and Aubrey Bryan. They're tied at 23. It's just a matter of who goes home with what at this point.
And it looks like Elena and Aubrey, they've got some people watching back home. Aria had some people watching back home, but looks like they'll have some excitement here as we go.
Yeah, well, call your friends and family and tell them to tune in now, because one of those 3 is going home with the national championship.
And it looks like Aubrey's school, Elkton School in Giles County, is tuned in. So like I said, it was always so cool for me. I was in 3rd grade when I won, and my school was just so invested in how I was doing, all my teachers and the community in itself. So again, if you guys are watching, feel free to leave comments on this live broadcast, and these families will be able to go back and check out to see who was tuned in, who was watching, and who was cheering for them.
It's always fun to hear about schools that give one of these finalists a hero send-off. You know, they have to leave early, get out of school early to make a flight to come here to Chicago.
Yep.
And then, of course, the reception that some of them get, or you know, when they come back with a trophy.
Yeah, if you guys have a national champion coming home, I can say my personal experience. I had a fire truck waiting for me when I got back to Keokuk, and had some Elks members, and we went back to the lodge, and there was a whole welcome home party. So it's so cool. Just like these kids don't realize it now, but they feel so special, and their efforts are being recognized, and it's fun to definitely look back at when you're older.
Look, good Aubrey's face there.
I wonder if she knows she's.
Does she know she's tied for first?
She's in it.
There's Lynn Rutherford Snow, first female regional director in history of the hoop shoot. This is her first year. She's also the head scorer for this division. And girls contest manager Tony Vulgaris looking over her shoulder. And again, what we think is going to happen here is a three-way shoot-off for all three spots on the podium. Shoot-offs are handled in rounds of 5 in the same shooting order. No warm-ups. You go to the line, you take your 5 shots, you sit down, and you hope. And the shoot-off will continue until all 3 spots have resolved.
And speaking of shoot-offs, over on our boys' side, if anybody's interested in knowing how the boys' competition is going, you can tune in. And Zeb Alford is over there. Zeb and I have become good friends throughout our hoop shoot experience, and he's no stranger to the shoot-off. As what was his final shoot-off total?
And there it is, as we said, Alexa Tian 23, Elena Rivas 23, and Aubrey Bryan 23. Each of those girls is going home with a nice trophy, just some nicer than others. As you were saying, we're going to see a shoot-off now. The longest shoot-off in history was in 2009, the boys 12-13 division, and Zeb Alford against Brendan Truman. Zeb Alford, of course, from North Carolina, Brendan Truman from Utah, and a former 8-9 champion. Those two dueled for 15 rounds of 5, 75 additional shots. On the day, they each shot 100 shots.
That's crazy.
And if I remember correctly, Zeb hit 74 out of 75 to win that shoot-off by 1.
Yep. And with Zeb being the broadcaster now on the boys' side, I walk around here and I always call him the big shot. Like he's the he's the important one around here with being able to brag about that record that he still holds.
On our live stream last year, we covered boys 8-9, and there was a dramatic 7-round shoot-off there, and Zeb's like, well, you think that's something?
He was getting a little nervous, though.
Back in my day, we used to shoot 75.
Someone was after his record. He was getting a little nervous.
Yep. Well, Elena Rivas was in a shoot-off at States, hit 5 out of 5 to advance.
Alexa's like, get me out there. Just let me go shoot already.
Aubrey Ryan, no shoot-offs that I can see. And what about Alexa?
Alexa Tian is a fan of the Indiana Hoosiers. And
you can't fault her for that.
Speaking of that, Tyra Buss, I believe, is the all-time women's leading scorer in their women's program history. And I shot against Tyra, I think, all 4 years at regionals. So Tyra definitely did bigger and better things than I did in college basketball, but I can hold it over her that I got her when it came to the hoop shoot.
You won when it mattered. All right, Alexa, we'll start things off. She's going to take 5 shots here. No warm-ups. Let's go. And really, for 19 shots today, it looked like she was going to finally end that drought. And then, of course, missed shot number 20 and 24. She looks to get it done
Easy.
right here. Let's end this shoot off right here in the first round.
She's okay with waiting
Yep.
and then stepping back up there.
Yep. Pressure is now on Elena Rivas here. Of course, she was in that only one of these three who had shoot-off experience this year. Hit 5 out of 5 at state. Again, her brother Ethan was a past national finalist in 2017 and again in 2019. And look at that,
No,
Elena
perfect.
answers. And here's Aubrey. Yeah, she missed that one, and she's our third place winner. Wearing the I Love Hoop Shoot shirt. She probably got that last year at the finals. And she finishes strong with a 4 out of 5. But this dance is going to go one more round at least. Alexa Tien back to the line for round 2. Okay, the door is now open.
Good bounce back.
Yeah, and so far in this entire tournament, in 2 previous rounds, Elena here has yet to miss a shot. And there, I do it again. All right, let's see if she can. Let's see if she can bounce back here. She needs just 4. These 4 here to up, and that'll settle it. So Elena is our second place winner, and our national champion is Alexa Tien.
And I know we had some Colorado viewers out there. Saw their comments on the live feed. But regardless of how all of these girls do, they all have so much to be proud of. The fact that they made it this far. Again, good sportsmanship that we see usually coming out of girls. I know I saw Aubrey kind of getting consoled by the girl sitting next to her after she knew she was out. And these girls all have the opportunity to make it back next year. So, again, I hope that they all kind of just take this experience, learn from it, use it as motivation, and hopefully see some of them back next year.
But we're looking at Alexa Tien out of Colorado, and she knows she is our girls 10-11 national champion. I think she feels pretty good about it. It was a tough shoot off, went 2 rounds. She hit 9 out of 10 to win it.
Okay, we're done. Give her a round of applause, everyone.
Okay, that's our contest announcer, Dennis Sabo.
A very tough age group because, as you know, they move back 4 feet from when they're 8 and 9-year-olds. So it's a tough age group, and they all did a great job. Give us a couple minutes, and we'll be right back with the awards.
Okay. So, you know, we think we know what happened, right? Alexa Tien is our national champion. Elena Rivas finishes second, and in third was the returnee Aubrey Bryan. You know, I'm sure she's disappointed after forcing that tie for first, but what an improvement over over last year, right?
Definitely. Yeah. You said she finished, what, 8th last year?
8th last year.
She's going home with a trophy.
Yeah, and not just 8th, but 8th with a 16.
Yep.
And she shoots 23 today, forces the shoot off her first, goes 4 out of 5. Not good enough in that first round.
And I know we talked a lot about Emerson at the beginning with her leading off as the former national champion. Emerson, I'm sure you have family watching at home, but girl, I can relate to you. I struggled coming back after I won, but like I said just a second ago, an opportunity for everybody here to make it back next year and just use that as fuel to make it back and go home with another trophy.
Exactly. In the meantime, nobody can take last year's trophy away.
Yep.
You know, we had in this field of 12 that we just watched a couple of girls who were here before as family members. Araya Shelley, our first Alaskan competitor since her sister did it in 2018. Of course, Elena Rivas, the silver medalist here. Older brother Ethan was here a couple of times. So I think what's happening right now is they are updating their script, plugging in the names of the winners for the contest announcers. They'll present the trophies. And then we're going to have I think some halftime entertainment while we break for lunch, and we'll be back a little later with the 12-13s.
All right, we welcome the following regional directors to the floor to present awards: John Morford, Harley Birchmeyer, Terry McMichael, Brandon Wilkins, and Kelly McDermott. If you would get to the floor to present the awards for the 10-11 division. We'll begin with the girls division. A score of 23 out of 25 for third place, 4 of 5 on the first tiebreaker. And representing Pulaski, Tennessee, number 1827, it's Aubrey Bryan, ladies and gentlemen. National runner-up with a score of 23 out of 25, 5 of 5 on the first tiebreaker, 3 of 5 on the second tiebreaker, and representing Glendive, Montana, number 1324, Elena Rivas. And the national champion with a score of 23 out of 25, 5 of 5 on the first tiebreaker, and 4 of 5 on the second tiebreaker. And representing Denver, Colorado, lodge number 17. Give it up for your national champion, Alexis Tien. Alexis Tien, the national champion for the girls 10-11. Congratulations, Alexa.
Okay. All right, well, everybody, thank you for joining us for the 10-11 Girls Championship and the 2023 Elks National Hoop Shoot Finals. It was a pleasure, and we hope we'll take a short break, or actually kind of a long break, and we'll hope you'll join us for the 12-13s. Lakyn, it's been fun.
Another round. Here we go.
One more to go. And there's our national champion, Alexa Tien. Welcome back, everybody, to beautiful Wintrust Arena in Chicago. I'm Jim O'Kelly with the champ, Lakyn Boltz, and today we have the crown jewel of our Hoop Shoot Finals, the 12-13 age group. We're watching the girls' contest, and that's what they're playing for right there.
Jim, it's been an exciting one so far. We've had some great results, some shoot-offs today. It's been competitive, and I'm excited to see what the 12 and 13-year-old girls are going to bring here.
And you have one of those big old trophies in your trophy case, right?
A couple of them, fortunately. Yeah, so being able to sit here and touch kind of on what these girls are going through, what they're feeling, what they're thinking. Shoot, I can even probably relate to what the parents are going through sitting in the stands just based off of what my family experienced. It's fun to be in this position for sure.
What I can tell you, what 11 of those girls are thinking about, and it's Bree Bessinen, the #2 shooter today. She is the reigning champion in this division, and she is back to defend her title, something only 5 other competitors have done in the rich hoop shoot of the rich history of the hoop shoot program.
Yeah, it's rare for people to make it back, let alone win a few times and continue to make it back. So this family is no stranger to the national competition, that's for sure.
Now, of course, Bree also won an 8-9 trophy in 2019, and only one other person in the entire history of the hoop shoot has won more than 2 championships. So she has an opportunity to enter some rare air.
Yeah, it'll be fun, again, to see kind of what she puts up today, but being in the #2 spot, she's for sure going to be putting pressure on those after her, so that'll be a challenge for those to face. But she's not the only one either that has experience here.
Well, the
so
girl
right,
right after her went head-to-head with Bree in 2019 and 2022. That's Amanda Sicer out of New Jersey.
Yep, and experience is everything too. So I always say, you know, once you get here and you experience it, it's always motivating to just try to make it back. But when you are competing against people that have been there and done it, it makes it more difficult.
We also have Annalie Livengood shooting 10th. Looks like we're about to meet our 12 finalists. Okay.
And now it's time to meet the contestants in our 12 to 13-year-old age group, beginning with the girls. From Wheeling, West Virginia, lodge number 28, let's welcome Morgan Mealy. From Copper Country, Michigan, lodge number 404, give it up for Bree Bessinen. From Somerville, New Jersey, number 1068, Amanda Sicer. From Jamestown, North Dakota, lodge number 995, make some noise for Macy Newmiller. From Virginia, Minnesota, number 1003, give it up for Maisie Buffetta. From Sheridan, Wyoming, lodge number 520, it's Maggie Brogdon. From Nashua, New Hampshire, lodge number 720, let's hear it for Lexi McGuire. From Claremore, Oklahoma, lodge number 1230, Kristen Holt. From Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, lodge number 1254, Breland Jones. Hailing from Maryville, Missouri, lodge number 760, it's Annalie Livengood. From Coleman, Alabama, lodge number 1609, it's Brantley McBrayer. All the way from Kona, Hawaii, lodge number 2616, give it up for Aubrey Pack. For the 12-13 boys, we lead off with representing Parsons, Kansas, number 527, Kyron Kegler. From Yankton, South Dakota, number 994, give it up for Blake Knit. From Nampa, Idaho, number 1389, it's Samuel Bauer. From Utica, New York, lodge number 33, make some noise for Tommy Goodell. From Putnam, Connecticut, representing lodge number 574, T.J. Espinoza. From Pendleton, South Carolina, number 2861, Bear Woods. Representing Sparks, Nevada, number 2397. Let's hear some noise for Tavis Zhang. Hailing from Waldorf, Maryland, number 2421, Aiden Hickman. From Greenville, Texas, number 703, give it up for Mason Self. Representing Livonia, Michigan, lodge number 2246, make some noise for Mr. Ryan Bjorkland. From Henderson, Kentucky, number 206, Kyler Hazelwood. And last but not least, representing Benton, Illinois, number 1234, Mr. Sawyer Wilkinson. All right, we're ready to close the doors and begin our 12-13 contest. Good luck to all of our competitors.
Okay, so there's our 12. We met the boy shooters as well. If you want to watch that, head over to our sister broadcast, our brother broadcast with Bart Powell and the Hall of Famer Zeb Alford doing the play-by-play. Here you got me and Lakyn. And Lakyn, we talked about the 3 returnees who are shooters to watch. But also I want to call attention to Lexi McGuire, the 7th position out of the New England region. She was perfect at regionals, the only perfect score in this field.
So yeah, she definitely knows what it takes. Again, we've looked at numbers all day long, and we're looking at like the 23, 24. Shoot, if someone can put up a 25, I know we had one in the last competition, I think, in the boys side.
Boys 8-9, we had, it was right there in his name, 24. He put up a 25. Perfect score. I believe was the only one. I didn't hear the 10-11 boy scores, though.
Yep, so it's going to take at least a 23, 24, we think, to walk away being a champion, but we'll see. So she's put up those numbers before. And for those of you watching at home here on our live feed, go ahead and feel free to leave a comment. I know as a former shooter myself, being able to go back and kind of see those well wishes and congratulations messages, just knowing that people back home are watching, these girls will definitely appreciate that, as well as their family members.
Our first shooter is Morgan Mealy out of Wheeling, West Virginia. That's the Southeast Central region, number 10. She's coming off back-to-back 20s at state and regional. Our line judge for this contest is John Morford from Montana. Yep. That's okay. Okay, here's Bree Bessinen. Okay, here's Bree. She's going to take 5 warm-up shots. Looked like one of those contestants couldn't bear to watch. Did you see that, Lakyn?
Well, and I was just thinking, these girls have had to wait all this time for everybody else to shoot and compete in the other age divisions. And shoot, we think it's difficult for the 8 and 9-year-olds to sit there, but I think the 12 and 13-year-olds have it more difficult as they have to wait until like 1:30 to start.
This is Amanda Sizer out of New Jersey. That's Northeast Central Region number 5, and she's gone head-to-head with Bree Bussin in her 2 previous trips to the finals in 2019 and 2022. She has to be feeling pretty good about the opening that Bree just left her.
Yeah, and I think Bree just missed 2 in a row in hers, which is probably not like her, but definitely all about how you respond.
Yeah, and a 23 certainly can play here, but you're going to need some help now. Should point out that the scores we're going to give you today are unofficial. The scores that matter are the ones taken by the 3 scorers on the floor, but we're going to do our best to provide accurate information to you.
And Amanda's interesting, unique talent is neat handwriting. Good for her.
That is not a talent I share, as anybody who watched our Monday Madness program knows. Okay, here comes Macy Newmiller from Northwest Central Region number 2. She's out of North Dakota. She hit a 23 at regional and a 23 at lodge. During this first round of 10 shots, the contestants can choose between 0 and 5 warm-up shots. Now we're going for score.
Friendly bounce there. And I know I mentioned this in the other divisions as well, but how cool is it for people at home that have maybe never seen a live hoop shoot competition? I know when it comes to me and I'm trying to explain what the hoop shoot is to people, it's difficult to explain unless you've been there to experience it or have seen it for yourself. And it's a lot more than just a free throw contest. So for people to kind of see how it unfolds, everything that goes into the competition, and just kind of what it looks like is so cool. And I know when I was shooting, I wish people back home would have been able to see this for themselves.
Well, that's another 8. And that's going to bring up Maisie Buffetta out of North Central Region number 3. She's from Minnesota. Yeah, on Thursday night, these finalists and Elk volunteers got together in our fan zone to pack care packages for homeless veterans in the Chicago area. Last night, we had an event at Soldier Field, and they got to see their trading cards on the Jumbotron, which is a pretty cool experience. And of course, today, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, it's definitely so cool to see what goes into providing this whole entire experience. And it's like it provides, again, motivation for girls to make it back, regardless of how they do this year. Just the experience as a whole is so fun to be a part of. And I know in the last division we touched on how you can take away so many life lessons and you learn so many things at such a young age by participating in the hoop shoot. And I know I personally owe a lot to who I am today, you know, and who I was as a student athlete, collegiate athlete, everything like that. I owe so much to that because of the hoop shoot.
Lakyn, of course, was a 3-time national finalist from 2006 to 2008, won it all as an 8-9-year-old in 2006, and finished second in 2008.
Yeah, so I've been through the highs and lows. I like to say my success in the hoop shoot came after my failure. After not even making it out of the district round, I said when I was 8 years old, you know what, I lost, but I'm going to have the motivation to practice more, put in more time. It meant more at that point after losing. So definitely did not take that for granted. And then the next year at 9 years old, came back and won it all. And then had the opportunity to make it back 2 more years. And again, it just goes to show it's not always going to be your day. I won it all when I was 9. I came back at 10 years old and struggled at nationals. I think I finished in 5th. But you can be the best shooter one day, and then it might not be your day when it comes time when it matters most.
She made a nice comeback there after missing her first 3 shots. This is Maggie Brogdon, West Central Region number 8. She's from Wyoming. And we're going for score here. These ones count, so hits a first shot there.
And again, once you shoot your first 10, you are sitting in those chairs for a little bit of time. Definitely more time than other competitions that the shooters have been competing in. As nationals, there are 12 shooters. I know, just speaking from my experience, at regionals, we only had 4. So being from Iowa, little shout out to the Keokuk Iowa Lodge 106 back home. But we were Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. So only 4 of us. And this is 3 times that amount. So you're waiting quite a bit after that first round of 10.
Maggie just knocked all 10 down. Nice start for her. And we think Morgan Mealy, our first shooter, was perfect also. But each line judge has a unique style. And we're still getting used to John Morford here. So here we have Lexi McGuire. We talked about her at the top of the show. She was perfect at regional. Only perfect score in this field in the tournament thus far. And she plays volleyball and lacrosse in addition to basketball. These are for score. If you're going to hit 25, you sometimes need one like that.
Well, and I hope Lexi's younger brother Miles is in attendance today, as she says that he is her biggest fan.
Rim wasn't quite as friendly on that one. You can't defend against the free throw shot, so all you can do in this tournament is put the pressure on your opponents by making yourself as tough as possible to beat. You miss one like that, you got to shake it off and say no more. Or at least not the next one, right? You can't really take the long view.
Well, and I like to say it doesn't matter how you shoot the free throw. Whatever works for you, as long as the ball's going in the basket. And that's coming from somebody who was probably always the smallest and shortest in the competition in my age group. Didn't matter how short I was, how, tall I was. Shoot speed didn't matter here. So as long as the ball went in the basket.
Our 8th shooter is Kristen Holt. She's from Southwest Region number 11 out of Oklahoma. Hit 23 at regional.
And she says that her favorite part of the hoop shoot is traveling to different cities and meeting new people. And I can, again, say for myself that traveling to the different locations for the different competitions, you're probably not in the state of making new friends until after the competition is over. So these girls have had to sit around all day long, probably just completely focused on the competition. But once this is over and they've gotten everything out there, they've been through the competition and the shoot, then it was always time to unwind, finally make friends, kind of mingle with the different families a little bit back at the hotel. And there's so many different memories that I have of all different levels of competition, just creating those friendships that have lasted for several years now down the road. And we all go on to do our own things, whether that's being a student athlete, whether that's having talents in other areas. It's really fun to follow those people, as we get older.
I think it's Breland Jones here. Is that Breland? Is that how it was pronounced? Did you catch?
I think so.
Yeah, she's from Northwest Region number 1 out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
It looks like Breland had to compete in 2 different shootouts to make it out of districts and their state competition. So if anything were to happen today, she would definitely not be a stranger to the shoot-off feeling.
And when she gets to a shoot-off, she likes to take care of business right away. She won both of those in just the first round. Coming off at 22s at state and regional. Annalie Livengood is our third of the returnees. She wants 3 warm-up shots. She's from the Central Region, number 9, Maryville, Missouri Lodge, number 760. She finished 4th in 2020 in the 8-9 division with a 22. Few of these shooters so far have fought through some rough stretches, a string of misses, but have rebounded to post 7s and 8s. This is Brantley McBriar, Southeast Region number 12. She's from Cullman, Alabama, Lodge number 1609. She has a unique talent for popping her eyes out, Lakyn.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that means or looks like, popping her eyes.
I think today she's hoping to pop our eyes out.
And it says her lucky charm is her blue basketball shorts. I don't know if those are the ones that she's wearing now or not, but if they're her lucky charm, I would hope that she would wear those during her competitions.
The feedback you get on your shot is immediate, right? And it looked like a couple shots ago she made it, but there was something that she didn't like and she sort of gathered herself. Did you catch that?
I missed what she did, but she's put together a good first 10 here. Can't get any better than that.
Unofficially, we know that's at least our second perfect score of this round. We think it's our third, though. And now, Aubrey Pack to finish out this first round, shooting 12. West Region number 7, all the way from Hawaii. 10-11 girls, we had a contestant from Alaska.
So being from Hawaii, she's got to be probably one of the competitors that traveled the furthest.
I think she is.
I would
This
assume.
year is the competitor who traveled the furthest, yeah. So far, that trip looks like it's worth it.
And I remember when I was 9 flying to nationals for the first time, which when I competed was held in Springfield, Massachusetts, where the National Basketball Hall of Fame is, the James Naismith National Basketball Hall of Fame. For those 8 and 9-year-olds, might be some of their first ever flights. So I know that was exciting in itself for me as a child.
So Aubrey just finished a perfect round. That was we think our 4th. And here comes Morgan Mealy. And we think she's working on a perfect score. That's the one we missed the start. Those last 2 shots were the equivalent of the amazing play that saves a no-hitter.
And there it is.
Okay, again,
What we think.
We think that was a perfect score, and we think that means that we are guaranteed to have a new championship champion in this division. Here's Bree bussing in. Looks like she knows it too.
And again, it's that #1 spot. I always like to say I always enjoyed shooting first because then I get to put the pressure on everybody else. So you go up there and you do what you need to do, and everybody else gets to sit and watch you shoot, and then you know that they have to follow what you just said.
And Bree still wants to finish strong, both for the Kronk Award competition, which she can help her region go home with hardware, but also she'd like to collect a silver trophy to go along with those 2 golds, right?
Yeah, and to touch on that, Jim, I know I like to jokingly say now, when I won when I was 9 and took home a gold trophy, I made it back 2 years later and finished 2nd. But I was okay with it at, 11 years old because I was going home with a different colored trophy than the first time. So I don't know if I'd be okay with finishing 2nd nowadays, but innocent 11 years old, it's always funny to look back and laugh at the things that I said at that age. But I was okay with going home with a different colored trophy.
Yeah, and as a local celebrity and a hoop shoot legend, there was a record of all those things you said back then, right?
Yeah.
Newspaper articles.
Yep.
And
it's fun to, and even the photos I laugh at, like, gosh, what I looked like at 9 years old. Had the glasses, had the bangs, you know. No one looks like what they did back then, but it's funny to look back and laugh.
well, Bree here is displaying the heart of a champion. She knows she can't win, but she still knocked down all 15 of those shots to finish strong. Amanda Sizer working on a 5. Again, this is her 3rd trip to the finals.
So unlike Bree, Amanda has 1 more year that she could potentially make it back. She could go for a 4th trip to nationals. So she still has another year, regardless of how today goes. Whereas Bree, looks like this is her last year of competition.
Okay, here comes Macy Newmiller. Working on an 8. She needs all 15 to have a chance at 2nd place.
And again, to touch on the environment that they're shooting in today, shooting in an arena like this is a challenge within itself without even the competition being taken into factor. Just the depth behind the basket goes into play. These girls probably are just used to shooting at a simple gym back home, maybe a high school, a college if they're lucky, but whether or not the seats are pulled out, whether they're pushed against the wall, just shooting in an environment like this adds a whole new level of pressure, especially when it's dead silent. I mean, I remember when I was shooting, you could hear a pin drop.
Right.
So.
And because it's so quiet, every time you hear somebody cough or ruffle papers or get up, shift in their seat, it's exaggerated, right?
Yep.
Here comes Maisie Buffetta and Macy Newmiller, meanwhile, hoping that 20 will sit and keep her on the podium in 3rd place. Maisie missed her first 3 and then hit 7 in a row.
And she has an interesting routine as to where she steps off the line every single time after she shoots. regardless if she makes, misses, she steps back and regathers herself. But again, doesn't matter what your routine is,
As long as it works for you.
as long as it works. And I think Maisie has a fair amount of people watching on our live stream, as I think I saw some comments in there for her. And it looks like Breelyn Jones, as she's a volleyball player, it looks like she missed a volleyball tournament today to compete in today's hoop shoot. To be here, and her volleyball teammates and coaches are wishing her well. And I can remember when I was shooting, I missed my fair share amount of tournaments and AAU, or, you know, it wasn't AAU at the time, but traveling basketball, had to miss some games due to the hoop shoot competitions.
Okay, here comes Maggie Brogdon, and she's working on a perfect score, and she'll need to be perfect to have a shot at winning today, we believe. Again, we think Morgan Mealy is sitting on a 25. And there's that number 11.
Yep. You can ask me anytime what I think the most difficult shot is in the hoop shoot competition, and I will say shot number 11 every single time. I think my dad can still tell you statistically how many number 11 shots I made throughout my time in the hoop shoot, and it was not in my favor. You just sit there for so long, especially today, and you don't get any warm-ups coming back for that second set, and every shot matters. And I always had to make sure I wipe my hands off, you know, and you're focusing more than ever when you step back up there. And when you step up and make the second set of 15 or this set of shots, and you miss number 11, I always said, gosh dang it, I make it so much more difficult on myself because I force myself to have to make 14 in a row, which I did when I won nationals when I was 9, and it's definitely what some girls have done. So
and she's trying to make these last 14, knowing she can't win. But she's shooting for herself, and now she's shooting for her teammates because of that Kronk Award.
Well, yep, and just made her final 14 to finish out at what we think is 24 here.
So the situation now, we've got Lexi McGuire here, and she's working on an 8. She can force herself into a temporary tie for third place with Bree if she hits all of these. But the situation, we believe, is that Morgan Mealy is guaranteed to go home with some hardware. There's still 2 other girls who have something to say about that final standing. But we will not see a repeat of 2020 boys 12-13 where we had 4 perfect scores and somebody went home without one of the big trophies.
That's crazy.
longtime hoop shoot fans, followers, volunteers will wonder about the number of dribbles here. Lexi's dribbling more than 4 times. The rule was for many years that you could not dribble more than 4 times, but now the rule is a 10-second rule. You have 10 seconds to shoot once the line jet hands you the ball. We're not so concerned about the number of dribbles.
Which I think is a positive change. You don't ever see it very often, but I think I can say a time or two I saw just a girl kind of mishandle the ball or maybe accidentally dribbled off their foot, you know, something rare happening like that. And in that case, it's just really unfortunate because it's not like they meant to do that, and then they were penalized for it. So I would think everybody's shooting a free throw within these 10 seconds. And also for this age group, and I know I mentioned earlier, like my routine was always 3 dribbles, shooting it, staying locked in, the same rhythm, same routine. And I used the same routine all through middle school, high school, and college basketball. So I had the same routine since I was 8 years old shooting a free throw. And so just giving those girls the ability to do that, I'm sure a lot of these girls are in middle school at this time, probably playing on their own basketball teams.
This is Kristen Holt. She's working on that 7. Hit number 11, the always difficult number 11. And Kristen and Breland shooting after her, Anna Lee, they know they can't win. They know they can't take second, but they still have a shot at third. Actually, that's not true with Kristen, right? She would need 16 out of these last 15 to tie for third, and that's impossible. Okay, here comes Breland. Let's see if she can spike these last 15 for her teammates, her volleyball teammates. Okay, here comes Annalie Livengood, our 10th shooter. She, again, if she can hit all 15 of these, she puts herself in at least a temporary tie for third. I hate to sound like a broken record, but that 11th shot has been a killer in this division today.
Yep.
And the last two shooters waiting for their turn are going to hope for a better result there because they're both sitting on perfect scores.
I think it was the 10 or 11 or the 8 and 9 where we saw a lot of them come up and make it. And I was like, I need to talk to them and see how they figured it out because I never could.
Annalie there just got her own rebound. All right, here we go. Brantley McBriar followed by Aubrey Pack. The last two shooters in this division, the last two that can say something about the podium. Ooh, a friendly bounce. There we go. Maybe that gets her on the run she needs to tie this thing up. She'll collect herself here. She's still now shooting for second place. Tie. Okay, and then there was one, Aubrey Pack, our 12th shooter up next, sitting on that 10. Right now, we believe it's Morgan Mealy in first with a perfect score. Maggie Brogdon in second with a 24, and the defending champ, Bree Bessanen, in third with a 23. Okay, Aubrey Pack from Hawaii. Okay, we believe that means Morgan Mealy is our champion. Aubrey here now shooting for second. Or shoot off for second, I should say. I'll also say that if we are correct and Morgan Mealy is our champion, sponsored by Wheeling, West Virginia Lodge, number 28, I wish that my good friend Ted Hess, past national president of the Elks, had lived to see it. I know he's smiling down now, though.
Well, not.
Nothing. So it looks like we're done, we believe. Bree Bessinen not going home with that third championship, but settling for third place. She missed her third and fourth shots, but then hit, quickly doing the math, 21 in a row to close it out.
Yep.
Needed a lot of help. There were a few girls who could have knocked her off the podium, but they didn't. She finishes third, we believe, and second, Maggie Brogdon from Wyoming, and we believe our champion of the 12-13 girls is Morgan Mealy out of West Virginia.
You can see the scorekeepers there. They've got a tough job on the day. You know, it's up to them to record the final scores. And as a family that can relate, my whole family now, you know, tries their best to volunteer back to the hoop shoot. Our local competition and district competition is both held in my hometown. So I know my dad goes back and volunteers as a line judge, and he's, you know, the one handing the ball to the shooter. My mom is a scorekeeper, and I know I always try to make it to either one of those competitions. Obviously, living in Kansas City makes it a little bit more difficult, but always try to make the trip home for one of those and rebound for the girls as well. So it's fun to go back and be able to share my advice and, again, just try to give back and help those kids have a good experience overall.
And there's a reason why there's 3 scorers on each contest, right? It's hard to score the hoop shoot contest. It's easy to get mesmerized by the sound of the dribbling basketball and the swish of the net or the clank off the iron. So again, this is what we think the results are going to be, as what we think they're going to announce. In third place, Bree Bessinen, the defending champ, settling for third with a 23 out of 25 and an end to an outstanding hoop shoot career. In second, we believe it's Maggie Brogdon with a 24. And our winner, we believe, is Morgan Mealy from West Virginia with a perfect 25. I think our second perfect score on the other day. The other one was on the boys' side in boys 8-9.
Yep, and we said coming into it that we thought it was going to take at least 23 to do it, and it took at least 23 to even get on the podium. So I feel like, especially as we get into the 12 and 13-year-old division, these girls are more experienced. maybe have shot more free throws than those 8 and 9-year-olds, so those numbers are typically a little higher, but definitely stood up to what we thought we were going to see.
And, you know, anything can happen. We can always be proven wrong, but we have 51 years of hoop shoot history now, and, you know, we can say with a good degree of confidence that you're going to need a 23 or better to win one of these things.
And it's tough because a lot of those girls don't necessarily see that, you know, on their way to Chicago. So totally depends on where you're coming from and the competition coming out of that area. But yeah, if you're not shooting in the 20s for sure, good luck. But at least these girls knows what it takes.
Yep. So now they're reviewing the scores. They're updating the script for the contest announcer so they can announce the winners for us all. But we're pretty sure what we just showed you is what's going to be announced for the girls' side. It's been a fun day, Lakyn, doing this, huh?
Yeah, it always is. And last year was our first year being able to provide the live broadcast. And a huge shout out to our media crew and the camera crew and those who are helping us make this happen, coming in with the live shots and kind of giving us the ability to commentate. So it's fun, you know, especially for me, someone who's made it to nationals 3 times. Being a champion myself, but also, again, like I said earlier, facing that failure and learning how to bounce back from it. So it's fun to be able to just share this experience with these girls, and I'll be able to hopefully meet some of them later while they are a lot less nervous. So
yeah, it should be. The awards banquet tonight should be something. They're going to blow off a lot of steam. And then after the awards banquet is the last ball. Also new this year, we're going to have a DJ in there, and these kids can let loose, a final opportunity to exchange trading cards with the other finalists, try to complete their set of 72.
But I know this live broadcast is something that would have been awesome to have when I was shooting, because I always, you know, commend my local lodge back home. They were all very, very supportive. They gave me, you know, send-off parties. They welcomed me home when I got back. I think the year that I won, I had a fire truck waiting for me. So it's just like, if you're getting a national champion coming back home, just do what you can to make these kids feel as you know, in period. Like, it's an accomplishment to make it this far within itself, but giving them the recognition that they deserve when they get home is definitely something they won't forget.
So it looks like there is going to be a boys shoot-off, and we encourage you, if you want to know what's happening there, jump on the other broadcast, and they'll walk you through it. Sure. Yeah. So this is Mason Self shooting right now. He's out of Texas in the Southwest region. And he's shooting against Blake Connett out of South Dakota. But we don't know what they're shooting for.
Let's hear it for our 12-13 contestants.
So that settles it. That's all 6 contests done. We're about to announce the winners. We think, again, they're going to confirm what we've told you on the girls' side, but it isn't official until you hear it from them. And Lakyn, you talked about the broadcast, and this is possible because of the modern facility we're in now. We're able to do these live streams and announce them for you, show you what's happening here, and we're pleased to let you know that we're going to be at Wintrust Arena through 2026. So you can look forward to more about broadcasts in the future, and hopefully we'll keep improving upon it and keep learning and, sharing with you all at home who couldn't be here the experience of the national finals, watching the drama unfold.
And again, it's just nice for people to see what a live contest and competition looks like. Like even today, I tell people what I'm coming to Chicago for, and I can only tell them so much about what the hoop shoot is, and unless they see it and experience it for themselves, like I said earlier, it's a lot more than just a simple free throw competition where you're just stepping up and shooting 25 free throws. A lot more that goes into it, a lot more behind the scenes, a lot more, about the journey to get here that a lot of people just don't understand. So hopefully, with our broadcast, we're able to give people the insight and, hearing previous experiences and being able to relate to what these girls are going through, kind of share what they're maybe thinking about, hopefully helps as well.
Tonight at the awards banquet, they'll get their medals today, but look at the big trophies tonight at the awards banquet. A couple other traditions that happen at the awards banquet that I really enjoy. Each of the finalists will go home with a plaque, and those will be handed out by the winners of each division at their tables at the awards banquet as sort of a sign of respect and sportsmanship. And then at the end of the awards banquet program.
Okay, we welcome to the floor regional directors Jeff Franklin, Harley Birchmeyer, John Morford, Lynn Rutherford Snow, and Steve Lucas to present our awards to the first, second, and third place winners in the 12 and 13-year-old boys and girls. In third place in the girls division with a score of 23 out of 25 and representing Copper Country, Michigan, number 404, it's Bree Bessinen. The national runner-up with a score of 24 out of 25 and representing Sheridan, Wyoming, number 520, Maggie Brogdon. And the 12-13-year-old national champion had the perfect score of 25 out of 25, the only girl to have a perfect score all day, representing Wheeling, West Virginia, number 28. Give it up for national champion Morgan Mealy, everyone.
So it was as we thought it was. Well done, Lakyn, with our scorekeeping, and to the production crew. We want to thank everybody for tuning in today. We hope you've enjoyed the show. As I said, we got the awards banquet to get through tonight, and the last thing that I really enjoy about the awards banquet is that when they recognize all the students who are aging out of the competition, it's a nice send-off for them. Goodbye from Chicago, everybody.